Assumption of the hearings of the Commission, I still lead the evidence before the Commission. I recognize Mr. Brickhill to be here, and with his entire entourage and team. Today, Commissioners, we propose leading the evidence of Mr. Engelbrecht. May I, with your leave, then call him to the stand? Mr. Engelbrecht. Can you please give us your full names, Mr. Engelbrecht? If it is convenient and with the permission of the chair, you may sit down. Now, Mr. Engelbrecht, do you swear that the evidence you are about to give us will be the truth, nothing else but the truth? And if so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. We invited you as a commission to come and help us determine certain elements of the terms of reference, including issues relating to the fire. You know something about all those things, right?
Yes, sir.
And for the record, you have an illustrious career in firefighting. You intimated to me that last year would have been 50 years of life as a firefighter.
50 years, yes, sir.
Right. Now, I want to deal with various elements of your evidence. And I want to start with what must not be a controversy. And I go to the documents you have before you, and I go to what is flagged as your statement. Do you see that? It's in blue.
Yes, I would just like to read
Yes,
a statement before we proceed, please, sir.
Indeed, you're welcome. You indicated you wanted to make an opening statement. Please go ahead.
I want to read this statement for the record, please. Thank you. When I volunteered my testimony, it was with the understanding that the Commission has a binary aim with the inquiry, namely, 1, that the Usindiso building fire, 80 Albert Street, is of specific interest. There it is to determine what it was that preceded the fire at 80 Albert Street on the night of 31 August, and B, to cast a spotlight on certain aspects of the firefighting operations of that night. And then the second reason I see or understood the existence of this commission to be, from what aspects of the incident can lessons be derived to prevent such loss of life in other structures in the country in future. I wear 2 hats when I conduct my daily business. I'm a fully qualified professional firefighter, registered as such with the South African Emergency Services Institute. My registration number is FFP 089. In this capacity, I have developed and penned my own professional opinions over many decades. I have gleaned large amounts of information over my 50 years involvement in South African fire services. I also happen to be the founder and the current fire chief of a company known as Fire Ops SA. I wish to clearly state that neither the current board or Fire Operations Pty Limited nor its executive structure instructed me, nor permitted me, nor approve of me appearing here as a witness. I distance myself from the company in anything I testify to here. Likewise, the company distances itself from my testimony. I appear in my personal capacity, devoid of support of the board or the executive structure of my company. My opinions are my own and do not reflect any policy positions in FireOps SA. The condition of that building was not unlike that of hundreds other such similar buildings in the city and or elsewhere in the country. It is not limited to Johannesburg. The profile is one of general neglect with total disregard for fire safety and thus for the preservation of life. That's what is meant by the term life safety. It is clear both privately owned and public sector owned structures are far too often left to deteriorate to the point of no return. Life safety is not a priority in this country, not even by a long shot. Fire protection generally is a major grudge purchase. The term hijack building suddenly is on everyone's lips. All of a sudden there are hijack buildings everywhere. Accountability and responsibility are long forgotten twins in 23-24. By most every second OSH Act 16.1 and 16.2 appointee in the country. Life safety is an issue of protecting employees working in these buildings. On the other hand, the building owner is directly responsible for all aspects of fire safety in the building. The national building regulations are quite clear about this. As is the case with any other disaster in the world, there are always the wishy-washy statements by those in power to the effect that this will never happen again, and then it happens again. In my opinion, this incident has proven to us the issue is way beyond mere politics. The notion of collective responsibility is stillborn. Individual accountability and responsibility need to be urgently revived and practiced if a different outcome is to be expected. There is no national fire code in the RSA. All major cities and metro councils need to take cognizance of this fact. The medium-term solution is for cities to make major adjustments to their fire safety bylaws and to stop blaming issues on the national building regulations, which is not a fire code. I would be satisfied if the outcome of this inquiry would advantage municipal firefighters so that their plight will be better understood and catered for. In some of my documentation, I misquoted SANS 10090, and I wish that to be corrected on the record, please. Thank you, Commissioner.
I must express the gratitude on behalf of the Commission for your availability and that you will shed some light on the issues that are foreshadowed in the terms of reference of the Commission. You express in that opening statement a whole number of conclusions. You also express certain various observations. I think we will try to break all of those down during the course of this hearing. I now invite you again to go look at that file. There is a shortened curriculum vitae. As you say, you've got 50-year lifespan in firefighting. I will just be reading out some of those elements and seek your confirmation just for the record.
Yes, sir.
If you go there, the document is headed a shortened curriculum vitae. Are you there?
That's it, yes, sir.
It has your name and your academic background, being your qualification in matric, correct?
That's right, yes.
And an associate diploma with SAESI, and you have a 101/81 there, correct?
Yes, sir.
What is SAESI?
It is a South African Emergency Services Institute.
Thank you. You give us your professional registration there, and you also have a diploma in civil law, you tell us, that you obtained through Veritas College, Bloemfontein in 1980 already.
That's right, yes.
As an experience, you highlight the fact of your military service spanning 1973 to 1974. To that, you tell us that you are a cadet, a recruit fireman 1975 for various city council. Have captured that correctly, haven't I?
Yes, sir.
Captured that correctly.
Yeah.
So too, you tell us in 83, you're a divisional officer, operations and training
Yes.
for the Roodepoort City Council, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it says Chief Fire Officer, Midrand City Council, 1985 to 1987. Got that right, eh?
Yes, sir.
Divisional Officer, Task Force Commander, Sandton City Council for the period 1987 to 1992 as a Special Fire Operations.
That's right.
Fire Safety Consultant later in 1992 and a businessman since that time.
Yes, sir.
You are a holder of the 40-year service bar of the Institute again, am I right?
Yes, sir.
And as we now repeatedly say, you've got 50 years of life experience in that space.
Yes, sir.
At current, you are a Chief Financial Officer,
Chief Fire Officer.
Chief Fire Officer, and as your opening statement say, founder, amongst others, of Fire Operations Pty Ltd.
Yes, sir.
Okay. In that document, you also tell us various other points of importance, that you're a founder member and CEO of the privately owned Fire Brigade Services, that's Fire Ops SA, as we said. You also developed several fire response smartphone
apps.
Yes, applications over the past 20 years. The flagship app, you say it's a 60-second from the caller to the crew.
Yes, sir.
You also highlight that during 2018, you led a group of firefighters in service in Iran, where you audited 24 oil refineries, 104 fire brigade services, and 3,000 firefighters for the Minister of Oil.
Yes, sir.
And in your capacity as a fire consultant, you consult with engineers, architects, and end users regarding the interpretation and applications of SANS 10400. Can you tell us what that acronym stands for, SANS, S-A-N-S?
That is the National Building Regulations.
And
so SANS is a code used by the SABS. So the SABS is the body or the entity, and the code is referenced as South African National Standard. That's what SANS stands for.
thank you. And NFPA would stand for?
The National Fire Protection Association. That's a USA-based entity.
1 and 101, you say, in terms of life safety, those are the standard measures.
Those are the standards. As I said in my opening statement, there is no fire code in South Africa.
Right.
And so if we refer to life safety, we normally use those two standards, 1 and 101, almost by default.
Okay. And you are a convener and founding member of acronym AFCC, meaning Association of Former Fire Chiefs and Commanders.
That's right, yes.
You continue to tell us you're a convener and founding member of ALSA, which is an association of life safety assessors, as
Yes.
well as a member of SAICE, which is a South African Institute of Civil Engineers.
Yes.
You highlight the point that your professional registration as firefighter, practitioner, and to give us that in the brackets.
That's correct, sir.
In general, you say that under paragraph 4 of the document, that from February 2012 to March 2017, you consulted the department directly, and this would be the Department of?
Department of Water Affairs.
Yes. Of the CIWSP initiative, that would stand for what?
I don't remember, it's too far back, but in short, what it was about is a whole number of safety aspects on waters that are under the management of the Department of Water Affairs. Those were 360 dams and all the other waterways. And so it was a program that was launched by the department. I just don't remember the reference right now.
And you tell us that during that period, your company, under your leadership, very successfully offered the department an emergency reporting program known as the UPN system. Can you explain that?
That's correct. UPN is an acronym for a unique position number. If we allot a unique position number to this building, for instance, it is far easier to deal with an emergency when it comes in from a caller identifying that UPN. Then we don't have to scruffle around for addresses and coordinates and so on. So we know precisely a specific point in this instance on an open water. We would know precisely where a boat or a person would be in need of assistance.
Right. And you say that system is still available today?
We still market the system today as a lively and a live program.
Yes. And you tell us that the University of Johannesburg, UJ, that's what it stands for, right? Also implemented that system.
That's right, in 2013, yes.
You also tell us that you have an extensive, for many decades, exposure to disaster management in all shapes and forms. Just summarize that for us.
Disaster management is quite an expansive and an elaborate study. And so I would have, and I had, concentrated during my years as a consultant on all issues that has reference to fire safety and fire protection and life safety in disaster management. I am not a disaster management consultant per se. It is far too wide a study field.
Yes. And that would entail emergency communication, planning, and first responder solutions to an event, right?
That's right, yes.
And you also tell us that you founded the company known as Fire Ops SA, as you said earlier, and you are still the chief fire officer of that group.
That's correct.
Now, coming closer to matters usindiso, you are aware of the events that took place there, are you?
Yes, sir.
And for that reason, you have compiled for us various photographs that depict what you saw at the time as they appear on those set of photographs.
That's not what I saw, is what I was made aware of by my crews that were in attendance. I do not attend fires unless there are very specific issues that need to be addressed by me in person.
But you can speak to the recorder, this,
Yes, sir, yes. I was in
Pictures.
contact with that crew from A right down to Z.
all right.
And so that's all reflected in the radio communication log that's also in this record.
All right. I would like to take you through each one of them and ask for your comments as and when there is something materially relevant that you want to bring to our attention.
Sure, thank you.
In front of the screen, I don't know which one is convenient for you, whether the big one on top or,
That one is good, thank you.
or the one behind me. I want us to speak to each one of these photographs now. What do you say is the relevance of the picture we have on site?
When we refer to any side of a building in fire operations, the side would be called either alpha side, Bravo side, that goes clockwise. Alpha, Bravo, Charlie is the back side of the building, and Delta. So what we see there is a fire that is emanating from the first level of the corner of Alpha Delta.
All right. And that would be Albert Streets and what's the other street?
I don't know the street names.
You don't know the streets.
By head.
That's all right. But that is in Marshalltown, right?
Yeah, I see these pictures as they are being taken from the first moment the crews arrive.
Right.
They publish pictures, so I am the strategist. They are the tactical firefighters.
Correct.
And so I'm a strategist, and so I can derive certain information from the pictures and either advise or instruct them.
Okay. And the image it depicts is that of the building Usindiso, and with a fire still live at the time of taking of this picture. Am I right?
That's right, yes.
I invite you to go to the next image. What do we see there that is worthy of comment?
That's Alpha side of the building. And what you see there is an apparatus of Johannesburg Fire Department, a ladder, commonly referred to as a ladder, an ambulance parked behind it, and then firefighters of the various services in attendance, and that would be Johannesburg Fire Department and Fire Ops.
Okay. And if we page over, what image do we see there?
The primary point in this picture is a ladder of Joburg Fire Department pitched for whatever purposes they intended it to be used. It could be to deliver water to the fire floor or to rescue people or for general access of firefighters to that floor.
Yes.
And then I also can see a fire engine of Johannesburg parked right in front of that apparatus. That is probably engaged, it seems at this time, as feeding water to the ladder. And then to the left of the picture, there's a vehicle parked, and I identify that as the Johannesburg Fire Department air truck. So that carries breathing apparatus, cylinders, and compressors. And then to the right, there's a red little vehicle. That's a rapid intervention vehicle of Joburg Fire Department. And just to the left of that, you can see two fire ops vehicles. I'm not sure what that white truck is on the background there. I don't know what that is.
Okay. And can you comment about the appropriateness of the use of this ladder in this event?
It would be appropriate if, as I stated just now, The intention was A, to deliver water to the 5th floor with a master stream, or B, to give access for the firefighters to that floor without using external staircases, or C, to rescue people from that floor. That would be the appropriate uses of the ladder.
In your experience, is this the type of ladder that gets used in fire operations?
Yes, it certainly is, yeah.
Okay. No further comments relating to that you'd want to make, Mr. Engelbrecht, am I right?
Not at this point.
Okay. And we go over to the next image, which is also an aerial photograph, as it would seem, showing a billowing smoke from the fire and live fire there as well. Any additional comment you'd want to bring to the Commission's attention about this night shot?
Fire operations make use of a professional drone operator, which means that as a licensed operator, every time that he launches the drone, he has to submit a flight plan to OR Tambo Airport. The reason we employ a drone is so that we can get a real-time aerial vision of the situation. It also carries installed in the unit a heat imaging camera, and so that would give us the hot spots. So what we normally do is we would take a conventional aerial photograph like that, and then immediately after that we would take a thermal image of the building so that we can see where the hot spots are once the fire has been suppressed but not extinguished yet.
And so too would be the following image, also aerial image of the building. Is that right?
That is Charlie's side. So that's the back side of the building, and that's already after dawn.
Right. And so too would be the following image that you have there.
That's
correct?
right. At that stage, the fire had already been extinguished.
The next image we have relates to images, unfortunate, of those that were affected and apparently who perished in this fire. Am I right?
That's correct, yes. We started taking the bodies out. Firstly, we rescued, I think, 41 or 43 people from the building that were still alive. And then we started taking out those bodies to have them ready for management once the Joburg Fire Department Incident Commander had decided on which way to take the operation further.
All right. And maybe let me interrupt to say on the record that the presence of fire ops on the scene was conduct of a private company attending to this public disaster. Am I right?
Yes, it's a private company, and we were there from 8 till just after 11 o'clock the morning when Joburg Fire Department still remained on the scene. But we assisted them from the first moment, as we also do quite often. There's a good working relationship at fire scenes normally between these two entities.
And this was complimentary assistance given by fire ops to the city of Johannesburg emergency services. Am I right?
That's correct, yes. That's quite a complicated scene. If I can say at this stage, it's the largest life loss that I am aware of in my entire life in the continent. There was only one scene or one incident in Africa that was bigger than that, and that was an explosion, I think, in Zambia. But for the rest of it on the continent and in this country, this was the incident with the largest loss of life in a fire.
And there would have been complementary services, for instance, the police there on site, you'd imagine?
Yeah, the conventional services or the normal services, state support services, would be police, it would be JMPD, it would be GPG, ambulance service, the provincial ambulance service. And then, of course, there was a great lot of good work done by the private EMS companies as well, such as Netcare and ER24 and others. It takes a village to raise a child.
And to answer to an assignment of this nature, it took, as you point out, a whole number of service providers. Am I right? Shall we then go to the next image? I think it also highlights what you say. There would have been various support vehicles as distinct from equipment like fire trucks. Am I right?
That's right. The incident would be managed in the following sequence on arrival of any of the fire crews. It would be to extricate the living from the building. It would secondly and almost simultaneously be to attack the fire. It would be to get the bodies of the deceased out of the building and have them managed in a professional fashion. And it would be to manage the aftermath of the whole situation. By now, the crowds that are drawn there are immense. And the pressure on the emergency services to perform from the public, as you can imagine, is absolutely immense. And so at that stage, the police not only have a function in terms of assisting to managing the deceased and to have the cadavers or the bodies removed in terms of their own mandate, but also to do crowd control. And in this, they would have been assisted by a great number of the private security companies in the city.
Right. And whilst we're there, you say it is important to have the distinction between a fire truck and that of assistant vehicles to a fire operation. Can you expand a little bit more to us about that distinction?
So the functionality is called firefighting. And the primary vehicles used in firefighting are normally referred to as fire apparatus, the vehicles. And fire apparatus would typically be engines or pumpers, as they know under the UK doctrine. In the US doctrine, it's engines, and they have a pumping capacity so that they can draw water from hydrants and deliver the water directly into the fire area. So that's a fire engine. Then there are support vehicles such as I mentioned earlier, the air truck. There would be rescue vehicles that are not fire engines. There would be, in some instances of activities, there would be aquatic vehicles or boats and trailers. There would be cars with which officers would arrive after the fact. In other words, after the primary or first response crews have arrived. Those cars are not fire engines. And so that whenever one considers a fleet, a car and a rescue vehicle and an air truck cannot be considered to be operational apparatus.
Okay.
It would be fire engines, ladders, water tankers. Those are operational apparatus.
And whilst we're still there, and we will expand on it a little later, you mentioned numbers in relation to the city of Johannesburg's capacity to have a fleet. What numbers do you say are there in relation to the city of Johannesburg?
The numbers are determined in terms of SANS 10090, which, for instance, prescribes that in any city in South Africa, in an inner city situation, at least 2 fire engines with a pumping capacity of 3,850 liters a minute must arrive at the scene within 5 minutes. So it's not my opinion, it is a qualified statement. That's the requirement of SANS 10090, which the city of Johannesburg, as also the other metro councils, have already called up in its own bylaws. And so, if you take that, then the city should have somewhere between 112 and 120 operational vehicles in its fleet, of which about 70 ought to be engines. At any given time over the past 5 years and longer, that was not the case.
Including the period covered by the terms of reference and in relation to the fire at usindiso. They did not have that number 70, as you say.
That's correct.
What number do they have?
As of the time of the incident, my best opinion is that there were between 3 and 5 engines in the city. There was no water tanker present at that fire until very late in the morning, and so it seems as if there were between 3 and 5 engines in the city, and that 1 water tanker, and then the support vehicles.
And as a general opinion, and we'll go to specifics later, is it your opinion that those resources were adequate to deal with the dilemma?
Not even remotely.
And you say so because of the number of fire engines that were there. Any other comment you can make in relation to the adequacy of the resources they deployed?
The city certainly employs a sufficient number of firefighters. The last figure that I know of was around 1,750, which are not all operational firefighters, but also support staff, such as fire safety staff and so on. But having a sufficient number of firefighters available and not being able to place them timeously on a scene is to the detriment of, firstly, the operation, and secondly, the first arriving crews, because If the first arriving crew doesn't have immediate backup, then it means they can't enter the building. Because a fire crew entering a building must have a rapid intervention team waiting at the door. In the event they call for mayday from inside the building when the firefighters are trapped. And so not having a second and a third and a fourth arrival absolutely hampers the operation, and it puts the firefighters and the incident commander at a total loss. It also means that it hampers the rescue operation.
And in relation to this incident, what, in your opinion, would have been more or less satisfactory provision, adequate equipment?
No, it wasn't adequate because equipment goes with apparatus. And so if you don't have an apparatus present at the scene, then it means that the crews do not have the equipment that they require. And I state again that it is to the detriment of the operation, and it puts that fire crew at a loss.
With better hindsight, what do you say would have been an adequate response to a fire of this kind? With the benefit of hindsight now.
Well, I can only be guided by SANS 10090 and also international best practice. And in any world city, you would have placed at least 5 engines on that scene as a first response, and that is determined by a predetermined turnout doctrine which needs to exist in the brigade, which says if a building of this nature burns, then you send out these vehicles from these stations. So there's 35 stations. So say, for instance, from 3 fire stations, 5 apparatus will have responded. Engines, ladders, water provision, because of course that was also a challenge.
Let's also break it down a little bit. Apparatus by apparatus, you say at least fire engines ought to have been in the number of 3 to 5, right?
Yes.
And you say that according to SANS, a proper response time to an event of this nature should have been 5 minutes.
Should have been 5 minutes and 2 engines. The key to this whole thing is how much time has lapsed between the fire actually started and the arrival of the first crews. Now, the city cannot be held responsible if the citizens don't call its call center. But from that time on, the question is, how long would that have taken? And it should have been 5 minutes. 8 minutes, including the call, according to SANS 10090.
Yes. That's again the SANS standard that you mentioned earlier.
That's correct, yes.
And according to the information you have, we have dealt with the fire trucks. What was not there, which SANS would have expected to be there to an event of this kind? Let's talk about ladders, maybe, as an example.
Yeah, SANS would require a ladder in the first response. But what is more important is it's not defined by SANS, but in international best practice, is that the first arriving officer, and there's a very clear distinction between a firefighter and an officer. The first arriving officer would be the incident commander. And it is in the incident command and in the fashion that such a person operates that the ultimate success or not of an operation can be gauged eventually.
Right. What other apparatus would SANS dictate must be present, or international best practice?
The air truck, I think, was a good call in that the firefighters entering the building have to have support. So a breathing apparatus cylinder would last for about 45 minutes and 30 minutes under conditions of anxiety. And of course there's anxiety because they're running up these stairs and they exhaust the air supply. And so the air truck is a very good call to have had it there. The air truck not only serves that purpose, but it's also supposed to carry equipment for the incident commander to have somebody appointed to have a breathing apparatus control board maintained so that you know precisely which firefighters have just entered the building and what is the expected time of their exiting the building again, so that they can be radioed and reminded that you've only got 5 minutes left according to our records. So you have now got to exit the building. So that's what a secondary function of the air truck would be. And so that was a good call. So I would limit, for the purposes of your question, the first response to engines, a ladder, and the air truck.
And the air truck.
Water tankers and the likes would come later.
Okay. Let's go to the next image. That is a depiction again of the bodies that perished in this fire. Am I
That's right, yes.
Any further comment you'd want to give in relation to this image?
My comment is one of executive responsibility and involvement. At that stage, it's now mid-morning already. At that stage, we should have seen direct involvement of the division called disaster management. All of us that were in radio contact with that scene already knew by about 3 or 3:30 in the morning that we were facing a very severe situation. The information should at that stage, the stage of this picture, have filtered through to the disaster management, and they should have been on site to assist with not triage at that stage. Triage has been done for the living, but with making sure that the identification would be done properly so that bodies would not just be taken to a morgue and nobody knows where precisely they were found in the building for a forensic investigation. Because at this stage, the firefighters, as rightly is expected of them, would have been involved with extinguishing the fire. And so at that stage, what we're looking at there now, that's not a fire department competency. It is not even a police competency, in that the precise positions of where these bodies were found should have been properly recorded. In my opinion, we're sitting there with a heap of bodies that could have been better managed.
Yes. The following image speaks to exactly what you are saying. Am I right?
The bodies have to be removed. So you can't leave the bodies in the building for the fire. You've got to start firefighting operations. So you've got to remove the bodies so that, well, for obvious reasons. And so they get dragged out by the firefighters. And I'll just stick to the mechanics of it and not speak to the emotion of it.
Right.
And so the bodies are dragged out, and they are certified or declared dead by the attending paramedics, who are waiting at another level, in this instance ground level, so that declarations can be done, so that we are certain that the person has actually passed. And so beyond that, it's out of the hand of the fire brigade. And so, just as an example, the one gate was welded up. And if my memory serves correct, there were 9 bodies found on a heap that were prevented from moving any further because this security gate was welded up. Now, not just for the purpose of removing the bodies, but also for the purpose of proceeding with the firefighting operation. The gate now has to be cut open using heavy tools such as a carborundum cutter. And so the way has to be cleared. And so there's just too many things happening simultaneously for the fire crew to be given the responsibility of not almost haphazardly taking the bodies out of the building. And so there should have been more logistical support for the fire crews.
Such as?
Well, such as beyond the point of declaration on ground floor that the bodies would have been identified not by name or ID number, but by the position found. I cannot for the life of me understand how a forensic fire investigation would have been conducted after the fact, maybe even weeks after the fact, it seems, and nobody has actually even approached the fire crews to understand, where did you actually take most of the bodies from? So there's that question.
Yeah. The following image also depicts the interior of the building. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Any particular comment you'd like to give to that image?
In buildings of this nature, what happens is that the residents moving into the building and now occupying the building, as a general rule, I can't determine it for this building because I wasn't part of a forensic investigation team, but as a general rule, the steel staircases are cut out. The fire systems, that's fire steel pipes, fire pumps are cut out and sold as scrap metal. In basements, the occupants chip away the concrete around the columns that support the building, and then they cut out the steel out of that column, and so that the building almost sags into itself. And so what you see there, and I'm not a mechanical engineer or a civil engineer, but it's purely a visual observation, is that the superheating of that building caused some of the remaining reinforcing to expand, and if you then put water onto that, firefighting water, it contracts again and the building collapses. And so that's what, at least partially, seems to have happened there. So the superheating expands the metal inside the concrete, for instance in the floors, and if firefighting water is supplied in copious amounts, it contracts again and the building collapses.
Yes, we have had evidence relating to the structural integrity of that building. We've also had evidence relating to the extent of non-compliance with the various regulations and bylaws in relation to that. We will expand on those a little later. I invite you to now look at the next image, indicating the hydrating crews that were there.
This is it's a stage in a fire where we start hydrating the staff, because obviously they dehydrate due to a number of conditions and circumstances in the fire building. On average, we rehab or hydrate our staff every 45 minutes or so. And when we rehab, then we just rehab whoever was with us in the building and whoever we cooperate with and who are cooperating with us.
Right.
Rehab may include, it may be limited to water or fluids only, or it may include prepared meals, depending on how long the operation goes on for.
Right. So does the following image address the same point that you make about looking after the crew? Am I right?
Yes, from what I see in the file here, yes. Yeah. Yeah.
That's right.
Thing. That's mid-morning already.
Mm-hmm. Earlier you were telling us about the fire apparatus that would be in place. I invite you to look at the following image and tell us what you can.
That ladder seems to be delivering a master stream. At the stage the picture was taken, it wasn't directed into the building. I know from feedback that the crew had a problem with that nozzle. It's an interesting stage of the operation, because I don't know at that stage whether all the occupants were removed yet. One doesn't want to put too much water from an external position into a superheated space, thus creating large amounts of steam that can do damage to lives. And so I cannot comment as to the correctness of that operation at that stage, because I don't actually know precisely when that was taken. Yeah. But under general circumstances, one would not direct a master stream into a building if A, you have firefighters working inside that can be burnt by the steam, or B, if you're not absolutely certain, if it hasn't been clearly declared that there are no inhabitants in that building.
Right. The following image also shows the water tanker, is that right?
Yeah, that water tanker belongs to fire ops. It's a support vehicle of fire ops.
Right.
There you can see that water stream again. That it's directed into that floor. I have to give the advantage of the reasoning to the Joburg Fire Department incident commander that at the time that they directed that stream into the building, it must have been declared already by all concerned that there were no people left in that building. But I cannot speak to it in a qualified way.
Yeah, except that the image also indicates the time of the taking of this image to have been around 04 hours and 08 minutes.
Yeah, 4 o'clock, 10 past 4, we were still busy extricating bodies. It may have been that that floor has been declared void of bodies. It may have been. That's why I can't say what the criteria was in the thinking of the incident commander. But we were still extracting bodies until is it?
Yes.
Till sun up.
Yes. The next photograph has a narration given there. I don't know whether you are able to speak to it.
Yes, I can see here on my copy. Yeah, we're just giving a summary of the number of units that were now collectively on scene, and I'm talking about vehicles of the 2 brigades, and the crews that we knew that were there. So we could identify our own crews, but we could only identify the number on the Joburg side. So that was kind of a summary of what was present there during the operation.
Again, I say when you talk about when you talk about the initial turnout, sorry, you make the observation that there was one turntable ladder. Correct?
That's right, yes.
And there is a commentary there that says the unit could not be properly used as it is not certified for safety. Say more about that.
These vehicles are American built. All American built vehicles are built to NFPA specifications. These specifications include in the maintenance program that all safety devices need to be certified annually. It is by now common knowledge that that vehicle is not certified.
Okay. You also mentioned that later what arrived is 1RIV. What is that acronym for?
If you look at the right-hand side of that picture behind, there's a red. So on the left-hand side, you see there's a larger vehicle, and then on the right-hand side, there's a little red vehicle, and that's a rapid intervention vehicle, and that is intended for first response to structural and vehicular fires. But it is limited in the amount of water it carries, and it's also limited in the number of crew it carries. And so that's called a rapid intervention vehicle. The intent of a rapid intervention vehicle is to get crews on the scene more rapidly than would normally be the case with a slower traveling fire engine,
Okay.
so that the first arriving crew can do what is known as a 360-degree evaluation of the situation, and that feedback can be given to the officers that are still traveling to the scene by radio.
Right. And you tell us what about the image that follows?
The heading I gave it there was excellent cooperation between the crews of the two fire brigade services. And I think that picture speaks of a communal despondency, I think, for the condition or the circumstances in general for that morning. But it also shows the two brigades not concerning themselves with whose basket stretcher this is, or who should be dragging this body out, but rather how else can we furthermore cooperate. I think that's what that picture says.
Right. And so does the following picture to the series, am I right?
That's quite correct. That once again shows a cohesion between the crews.
Right. Now that we come to the end of the visuals, and unless there is an objection, Chairperson, Madam Commissioner, I move that this be admitted into evidence as Exhibit WE, which would be the initials for the names of Mr. Engelbrecht, and the number 18. So in the sequence with which we have been presenting it, it would be EW1 to 18. And might this be an appropriate time for a tea adjournment, Chairperson? How's it, man?
candidates, Minya.
Thank you, Chairperson. I misdescribed the earlier exhibit. May it now correctly refer as Exhibit WE 1 to 18.
The exhibit will be emendated to reflect Exhibit W1 to 18.
As the chairperson pleases. Mr. Engelbrecht, can I now invite you to look at what I have as flagged statement in the bundle of documents that you have?
I have it, sir.
It would be headed multi-story structural fire, 80 Albert Street, Johannesburg, fire, 31 August 2023, right?
Yes.
You deal in the first paragraph of that statement with your biographical data, much of which we have handled already, am I right?
That's right, yes.
Except that we may even elaborate on it and say that you have worked for various departments, municipal fire departments, in various positions over the period. Those would include the Sandton Fire Department and Midrand municipal jurisdictions during that period. Is that what your paragraph 1 tells us?
That's correct. Where
All right.
I'm employed now is the 12th Brigade.
Correct. You say under paragraph 2, the first response crews of Fire Ops SA, that is FOSA, they attended the incident from the first moment together with and in support of the Johannesburg Fire Department. Am I right?
That's correct, yes.
You describe the incident reference there. You talk about the incident date, and you also tell us the time first call received by your
By our
company.
watchroom, yes.
Right. Now you have there as 1:45 a.m. at least as far as Fire Ops SA is concerned. That's when you receive the call. You
That's
also
right.
say the units arrive on scene at 1:57. Any comment you'd want to give about the time lapse between 1:45 a.m. and 1:57 in relation to the 5 minutes you spoke to us about a little earlier?
Yeah, we don't have the responsibility that the city has, and it's not a callous statement, it's just a fact. The city has taken up and references in its bylaws 10090. Fire Ops does not reference that, and Fire Ops is not subject to that. And so that 12 minutes from any one of our 8 fire stations is still a very good response time to any of our clients. So that when we have a contract with a client, it would state it as it is here, that we can enter their structure within 10 to 12 minutes. This is not a client. This is just a public event that we decided to also attend to see how we could be of assistance.
To which I'm sure many of us are grateful. You then say the mid-morning, the crew members from FOSA were thanked and congratulated by their commanders for the professional conduct and superb cooperation with the Joburg crews, given the grueling night that this event presented. Am I right?
That's correct. That's correct. What would normally happen, and did happen in this instance, in fact, is that when our crews arrive, the first crew will approach the incident commander of Johannesburg Fire Department and ask whether our assistance is required, which in this instance was positively confirmed, and that's why we engaged with them. So this congratulations that I'm talking about here by this director happened later in the morning when we departed.
Yes. And then you talk about the psychosocial or psycho service that was given to the crews when they were, you use the expression diffused in close quotation. What do you mean by that?
I'm not sure where you're referencing this now.
Paragraph 2, the foot of page 1. The last paragraph there about the
Fossa crews were diffused.
yes.
Okay, so the sentence reads, Fossa crews were diffused by a team of professional psychologists. Fossa retains on contract the Monday following the incident. So the incident happened on a Wednesday night, and as you can imagine, it's absolutely grueling and taxing on the psyche of any person.
Right.
And so we have this team of psychologists on contract so that if we have to diffuse the crews, they are brought in, and it's much of a muchness whether it's within 48 hours or 96 hours. And so the Monday morning, the crews were brought together and the psychologists then diffused them. I think that's the only term that I'm aware of that can be used for that.
Okay. Over the page, you would see you describe how the city mayor and the city manager responded in reaction to the assistance that was offered by Fossa. Tell us a little bit more.
One would imagine and expect that if there's a press conference held on the very same day that this horrendous event happened, that the mayor and the city manager would at least, when they thanked the private ambulance services, at least have recognized the fact that a private brigade assisted their crews. That's not a prerequisite of anything. It's just a statement of fact. That it's sad that the city didn't recognize the presence of the fire ops crews.
Mm. And of course, then you say that there must be consideration given to implement or recognize the private-public partnership that often exists in circumstances of this kind.
Yeah, even the current white paper on fire brigade, the Fire Brigade Services Act, the current white paper which has been in circulation for a couple of years now, and Cocta is working with that, even that white paper details the necessity for the public sector and the private sector to cooperate as far as possible. After all, it is to the advantage of Joe Citizen. And so I feel very strongly, and I must also say that this city has over the past few months gone to great lengths of establishing a good working relationship. So despite the political shortcoming that I mentioned in the first paragraph, when it comes to the functionality and the functionaries on the ground, there is quite a different take on this matter. And so I think that ought to be officially, or it ought to be officiated, so that it is more than just people at grassroots level, but also a recognition and a cooperation at political level. That's what I'm talking about there.
And I guess flowing from that, would be a recommendation by yourself that a recognition agreement of some kind must stand for this type of mutual cooperations that you say are good for Joe citizen.
It's historical that city councils amongst themselves, or in this instance then metro councils, at least the three in this cluster that would be involved in a discussion of this nature here in this province, would have written, properly recorded, well-defined mutual assistance agreements among each other. I would also then imagine that one could bring the earlier statement into this discussion and roll it into one and say that if there's a private enterprise entity that can make a contribution, then to bring that into such an agreement as well. It not only shows goodwill, but it also prepares the private enterprise for the role that it will be expected eventually to play. If we have a major incident today, an earthquake, or an aeroplane that crashes into a building in the inner city, of course all private enterprise entities will provide all the backup that's required and necessary. Why not then include those entities in such a mutual agreement contract? And so if you do not officiate it, if you don't make it official, if you don't detail in the contract what is expected of the other parties, then they won't know how to react when you ask them for assistance. And so I would remind the hearing of a fire that happened in the city, the now well-known Bank of Lisbon situation, where the city did ask for assistance from Ekurhuleni and Tshwane, but it only happened the day after the fact. And what was then sent from these councils and from the airport in OR Tambo were vehicles that logistically and tactically just didn't even make sense. And to bring in a fleet 24 hours after the fact, it's just not even worth anything. And because by that time one may be playing to the media instead of to the situation. And so it's important that if an incident commander is at a fire such as this one at 80 Albert Street, and they feel that they need assistance now from Ekurhuleni or Tshwane, they must have the authority to not request the call center, but to instruct the call center to get the necessary help in terms of such written agreement. And that also places, if it's a contract between the city councils, it puts a responsibility. It's a mandated responsibility then on the fire brigade in the neighboring city to actually send what is asked for. What does it mean? It means that if the incident commander requires 3 more engines from Tshwane, then Tshwane will send it 3 engines. If it asks for fire tankers from Ekurhuleni, Ekurhuleni is then obliged to send them the tankers, to not at that stage reason or state that they can't send it just because. And so this is a serious shortcoming, and it can be overcome quite simply by making an agreement official between the parties. That's what it means.
Yes, so the recommendation, as I understand your evidence, is that the Commission can comfortably make a recommendation about the creation of a legal document for mutual assistance with sufficient lucidity as to what responsibilities lie for the contracting parties, including those who are in the private sector?
Yes, precisely, sir.
All right. Let us now come to deal with your paragraph 4, because that's what we were dealing with. It's paragraph 3, which is about the mutual assistance. Let's go to paragraph 4 of your statement and talk about the issues there. You start with the Joburg City Council property management issues. Tell us more.
The National Building Regulations were promulgated in 1990, SANS 10400. The state exempted itself at that stage already from its own law. So government buildings, in other words, at the first level of government, have been exempted from the National Building Regulations forever. So the Department of Public Works, which in that instance is responsible for schools and colleges and universities, under the auspices of the department, just don't have to, in their own view, comply with the National Building Regulations. The municipal structure is not exempt from the law in any way. In fact, the oversight of the National Building Regulations have been mandated down to the building control officer of the city. That puts a double responsibility on the city as a building owner. And so the city, via its fire department, and more precisely its division fire safety, are responsible for making sure that buildings, old and new, comply with the National Building Regulations. And there's a lot of detail that goes with that, which is not pertinent now, or prevalent now. But the city is not exempt. And so all the city's buildings and libraries and fire stations and whatever else it is that the city invites the public into ought to comply with the National Building Regulations. And so the baseline proof that a building complies is that the building owner can provide a certificate of occupancy. The certificate of occupancy is issued by the building control officer, who will only do that if the recommendations from all the relevant departments in the council come that say this building complies with the various requirements, whether it's health, town planning, fire, whoever it is. And so just as much as a factory owner has to be in possession of a certificate of occupancy, so also must any council building be. And so it's not only a matter of life safety, which it is in the first instance, but it's also of importance for insurance, for the insurance industry, as the lack of such a certificate is the first hurdle one has to overcome when you submit an insurance claim on fire loss. And so it's a very important document. It is the most visible, it's the best proof that the baseline has been adhered to. And so the council, the private sector, nobody is exempt from that. And that's what this is about.
Mm-hmm. The Commission will later hear the various degrees of non-compliance with the building regulations in relation to the usindiso building. That we will handle a little later. And you ask the question in your document whether or not a certificate of occupation was ever issued to the 80 Albert Street Usindiso building. We will get some answers to that question, to those questions as well. Then you say under paragraph 4C, if the properties the council currently utilize as shelters do not have certificates of occupancy, the implication is they do not hold fire clearance certificates either. The buildings are therefore occupied illegally, and you ask the question, how does the council justify this anomaly? So you identify that to be a problematic area, and you are inviting the commission to inquire what justification.
The fire department or the fire safety division, if they are satisfied that the building complies with the legislation, issue what was in a previous dispensation known as a fire clearance certificate, and which is now known as a fire compliance certificate. And only once that certificate has been presented to the building control officer, may the building control officer in fact issue an occupancy certificate. And so it's obvious that if there's no occupancy certificate, then the chances are very good that there was no fire compliance certificate. It could also be that the occupancy certificate was withheld for other reasons, health or town planning or so on. But the strictest of all of the regulations and the requirements normally lay with fire safety, as that is a life safety issue in general.
Right. You make the observation that the city council too easily wash its hands in the collective bowl of innocence. Explain that a little bit more. That is paragraph E, again, foot of page 3.
There are two complementary pieces of legislation that regulates life safety. The one is the National Building Regulation, and the other is the OSH Act. And so the OSH Act places a responsibility on what is known as the 16.1 and the 16.2 appointments of an employer to take responsibility for the fire safety or the safety in general of employees. The OSH Act also instructs that if the 16.1 and 16.2 are aware of any risks to the lives of the employees, then such risks must be communicated to the employees so that they can decide whether they really want to be in that building.
The abbreviation OSH Act.
The Occupational Health and Safety Act. Right. And so, in that instance, the individual that's responsible for that piece of legislation is quite clearly defined. In fact, the Act goes further. It used to be that if a CEO of a company is fined, that the company would pay the fine on behalf of the CEO. The legislator then changed that, and it is now imprisonment for the 16.1 and 16.2 so that the company can't go to prison. That's how serious the lawgiver took this matter. And so that's then the OSH Act side of it, and the life safety side of both the worker and also the casual visitor to the building. The National Building Regulation isn't that clear. The National Building Regulation only states that the owner of the building is responsible for fire safety in the building. So that makes it really wide. And I'm not a I'm not a barrister or a lawyer. I don't even understand all those terms. But it makes it open for an interpretation that says this council consists of a mayor and 200 councillors and a city manager and whatever else. And so who really is the owner? And so defining the owner, and it's not just for the city council, it's also in a corporate company. Who on earth is the owner? And so now the time comes that we got to find out who's responsible here now. And so who do we look at? And so it's almost a global phenomenon that all of a sudden we are collectively responsible for something. But what does collectively mean even? And so there's nobody that just stands up and put up their hand and say, hold me accountable for what has happened here now. And so that's why I say it's easy looking at the global manifestation of collective responsibility, which isn't responsibility at all. One can easily wash your hands and say, well, it just wasn't me, right? That's what that means.
So if I read your evidence, the recommendation you're seeking to pursue with the commission is that the word owner and the responsibilities of an owner to a building, it's a little nebulous, too wide, and exempts juristic entities like councils. You would prefer legislation that would be person-specific or position-specific for non-compliance.
That's correct, and I want to take it one step further. So the National Building Regulations give us 3 ways in which we can satisfy the requirements. We can either satisfy the clauses as we read them. It says there must be a door in that wall. The travel distance must be so much or limited to this or that. And so that's how we satisfy. So we now fit a door in there. The second way we can satisfy it is we say, but we can't fit a door because of the following 5 reasons. And the building regulations then provides a way for what is known as a fire rational design to be submitted by an ex-registered engineer with fire specialty, which there are a dozen or 2 of in the country. And this fire rational design can spell out what the reasons are that you can't put the door there and what is it that you offer in return, so that we don't compromise life safety. So that's a rational design. That's the second way of satisfying the requirements. The third way of satisfying it is that if a specific building material is prescribed and we just cannot use that material for the following 3 reasons, then what is the material that you offer in return and who approved of that material? And for that, the law refers us to agrément, which is a French word. It's also a French agency of which the CSIR holds the South African responsibility for. So one can take that product to agrément at the CSIR and have it evaluated for a specific use in that specific circumstance, and take the agrément certificate to the fire department and say, here, I now comply with A. And so those are the 3 ways that you can satisfy the law. Then there is the aspect of satisfying the insurer, which normally goes beyond that because the insurer wants to look after its assets. But then there's also the building owner themselves. And one would expect, as a matter of course, as a matter of logic, that the building owner will say, in spite of the building regulations, and in spite of what my insurance says, I know for a fact that I've got 2 challenges in this building because somebody has identified them to me, and I need to satisfy my own appetite for risk. And so the building has now been built. The fire department will sign off if it satisfies the national building regulations or if it was built to the rational design. But that's just the beginning of the problem. So now the shell has been approved and agreed to. And now we move people in there. And that's precisely where the problem starts. Because even if there was a door in that wall as required, and I push a bookshelf in front of it, and the fire officer tells me to remove it, I can actually quite rightly say, why? There's no fire code in this country that says I must remove the bookshelf. I complied with the law by fitting a door there. So go away. And so it's not that the council or the other building owner or the corporate building owner or the factory building owner doesn't have an occupancy certificate. The question that one has to ask is, how do you maintain the status for life safety maintenance? I think that's what this points to eventually. It's not only issuing a document, that may be the easier part to do, and the question is, how is that maintained? And to what degree does the building control officer not demand but request of the fire safety division to please assist it on a continuous basis to comply with what is required? If, for instance, you have turnstiles for security and you have no means of releasing the turnstile when there's a fire alarm, it means that whole passage that was developed or designed to evacuate 100 people through is now narrowed down, and you get 2 people through, and it is as good as having had it welded up. That's the issue.
Yes, that speaks to the question of the inspectorate that must monitor compliance with whatever provision I hear you to say, right?
That's correct. I think the fact that you invite the public into your building, normally if I go to a factory, I will be invited into the reception area and maybe an office for a meeting. But when I go into a council building, it means that I've got access almost to that entire building. And whatever happens in there will and may affect me during a fire. We're talking about people that are able-bodied, but they're also talking about people that are not able-bodied.
The other element of inquiry you direct is that there is no independent audit about the competence of, for argument's sake, the City of Johannesburg Fire Division.
It is firstly an internationally accepted practice to ensure that there's some level of not only compliance with a standard, but also compliance with quality control. In, I would say, maybe 95% of our lives, that's the truth. And so historically, fire departments were evaluated by a private company, a PTY Limited, called FPA-SA. They are situated in Boksburg. And the FPA would evaluate fire brigades not for the sake of the municipal requirement, but for the sake of the insurer's requirement. So the insurer wants to know, what is it that you've got in the city? Why should we believe that you can protect our asset? And so from that angle, FPA-SA used to do this evaluation. FPA-SA does not today have either the capability nor the skill set to evaluate a fire brigade of any kind, let alone of the biggest brigade in the country. And so, is it a legal requirement? And the answer is probably no. Does it make sense for the council, even the mayor, and the councillors to ask the question, what do we comply with? And surely you don't ask that question to the functionary that's responsible for the department, because nobody should be marking their own homework. And so it's logic that I don't ask the matric teacher to please certify the matriculant. I go to an independent body. And so likewise, we ought to establish a relationship between city council fire brigades, whether it's Uppington or Beaufort West or Joburg, it doesn't matter. Between the fire brigades, the councils, and independent audit bodies. And in this country, audits are regulated by SANAS. It's a government institution, and it's under the DTI. And so I would imagine that every new administration, and it's not an administration thing, it's happened in both administrations so far. Every new administration should ask itself the question, do we actually comply with any international standards in this fire brigade? Not only should the council be asking that question, the worker himself or herself should ask, what am I subjected to? Somebody says I must have firefighter 1 as a qualification. Okay, now I've got it. So what now? So how will this brigade serve me as my employer? How will it serve me as an employee to do my work? What guarantee do I have that I'll get a fire engine and the equipment and the specialized training for a specific function? And so the auditing of a fire brigade should not be a grudge purchase. It's logical. And the insurers should ask the question through SAHIA, where it represents 52 major insurers, the South African Insurance Association, should ask itself the question, how do we even know that the fire brigade in Knysna or in Durban can protect our assets? That's what this is about.
So in summary, you are advocating for a adoption of a code that is capable of independent audit about whether or not a fire department is up to scratch.
The creation of a code or a standard normally takes about a lifetime. The SABS, in its wisdom, has taken over 20 years now to promulgate and to publish a sprinkler that you see in the roof here, code named called 10287. It takes forever and a week to have this created because there's politics involved, there's money involved, there's corruption involved. And so what you really want to fast track this whole thing is, I referred earlier this morning to the existing municipal fire bylaws. The fire bylaws are created within weeks. The city council can within weeks include in its bylaws a clause that says this fire brigade will be audited once in 5 years, once in 3 years. It doesn't have to refer to the rest of the country and find out what the other people think about the idea. It can solely, it's got the authority, it can solely take a decision that says, in this city, our fire brigade will be audited by an independent body.
And that's what you advocate should be a recommendation coming from the Commission?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You deal with a suitably qualified audit process for the purposes of this. Do you know any that exist in the country?
There is no such a body in this country. Hence, it will have to be an international audit at this stage. I know of work that's being done for SANA's supported audits of such. And it's not just the audit that's important, but also the aspect of certification that's important. And so, at the moment, there's no such a body. But I don't think that should hamper a recommendation that at least somebody should start looking at it. I believe there's much and sufficient support that can be given in creating at least a relationship should such a body arrive on the scene. So I think in the meantime the council should consider at least placing that in their bylaws.
Okay, noted. You then deal with what you say were the city's fire crews, and you say they were unnecessarily subjected to poor operational conditions. You number them. What do you say about the water provision? If you look at the foot of page 4.
The water provision in the city, as is also the case in other metros in this country, is not sustained at a level where firefighting operations are guaranteed of a supply. When you look at that master stream that comes from that ladder earlier on that picture, we're talking about 10,000 to 14,000 liters a minute of sustained supply for 2, 3, and 4 hours. That's just one ladder. That's not even 2 yet. And so the hydrants are supposed to carry or to deliver 1,200 liters a minute at 2 bar in the street. Now, any one of us know that if your domestic water supply is guaranteed, please tell me, then I'll move to that city. Mine is off 3 times a day. When the domestic water supply is compromised, fire supply is compromised, then there's no fire water. It's worse during the daytime when the factories are open and are drawing water. So at nighttime there's a little bit of an improvement. So at that fire there was not enough water there to feed whatever monstrous apparatus had to be fed. And so the crews are then compelled to make alternative arrangements And I congratulate Johannesburg Fire Department on the way that they get around these things. But that's not the way it should be. It wasn't like that when Rand Water Board delivered water 2 years ago. It's now different.
You make the observation that the fire hydrants around Usindiso were too far apart from one another.
They're not only far apart from one another, they're also not maintained. And so there's a discrepancy here in that it's supposed to be a fire department competency to maintain fire hydrants, because they are the ones that are going to work with it, as we see now. I know of one particular fire hydrant in the city that I have reported over and over and over to the city, and nothing is being done with it. The outlet of the hydrant is not aligned with the opening over it, and so you cannot ship a hydrant there. And so in the night time, you will battle for 2.5 hours before you realize, but this thing is never going to work. And so ways that a firefighter can ship a hydrant, a standpipe, and work from that hydrant. And this is supposed to be done within a few minutes. The firefighter is supposed to identify the hydrant by certain markings on electrical poles in the street and on markings on the pavement. And if those markings aren't maintained, then the firefighter doesn't know that there's a hydrant. And so not only were these distant from one another, far apart, they are also not maintained. And so that's another issue under the water provision.
You make the observation that the crew on that night, the day, worked for at least 2 hours without a senior command oversight. How do you get there?
By senior command, we understand the rank of divisional officer or divisional manager, operations, and higher. We do not understand under that a platoon commander or a station commander. We understand a divisional commander. That's what senior command means internationally. And so the operation obviously required senior attention. It obviously required strategic thinking. Strategy and tactics are not the same thing. The firefighter on the ground applied tactics. The thinker, the philosopher, the one who determines the strategy must be a senior person. It takes overall information in, and it evaluates that. The senior commander almost acts like that drone did earlier in the picture. Mm-hmm. And so the senior commander that I'm referring here to would have been a divisional officer, operations, not a divisional officer in fire safety or a divisional officer in disaster management. Those are not what I'm talking about here. And I'm making this distinction for a very good reason. A fire crew is put together in such a fashion that they should almost always, for the rest of their career, work together in that crew unless they are promoted or sent into another division. And so the commanders ought to understand the skills levels of the individuals, and the senior commanders ought to understand and know and be au fait with the skills levels of the junior commanders. If you now place firefighters without a command structure, and the incident commander is a relatively junior rank and acting on top of that, and that person is also expected to enter the structure because that's all they have is these few people, then it means there is no oversight. And if there's no oversight, it means that we're putting the firefighters at risk. So not only for the purpose of the good administration and oversight of the incident, but also and more specifically for the safety of the firefighters. If you have a crew inside the building that's raging at 800 degrees Celsius, which is close to white hell, you cannot expect of them to know that there's a threat of the roof falling in, because they don't know. They are not on that floor. They don't know there's a wall that's threatening to collapse, and it's going to trap them. And so such is the functionality of senior oversight, is to have an eagle eye with fitted into 9 heads. That's what makes a senior commander a strategic thinker instead of a tactical executioner.
Yes. Also make the observation that they worked without two-way radios support system. What would be the consequence?
So the crew is inside the building. And the crew either wants the water pressure to be raised or dropped. The crew wants to call Mayday, Mayday when they're trapped. The crew needs to communicate with its commander outside the building. If the crew doesn't have a radio in each hand of each firefighter, or built into the mask of each firefighter, it means that they are on their own. If they are then trapped in that building, how do they communicate that fact to the outside? They are in a dark place that they don't know. They have no idea of the direction that they're moving in. It's gross darkness with filthy, toxic smoke around them, and working in heat where it feels like your soul is now going to leave your body. If it was not for the grace of God, you wouldn't make it out of that building. So how do you communicate that fact to the outside world? And that's what the two-way radio issue is about.
Also make the observation that they operated without the rapid intervention team being there, the RIT.
There's an international truth. It's an international doctrine that says if you have 2 in, you must have 2 out. The conditions in a building fire is such that no chances ought to be taken at all. And so if the crew calls Mayday, Mayday, there need to be a rapid intervention team already donned. In other words, their breathing apparatus, their helmets, their boots, their PPE must be correct for that condition to go in to extricate those people from that fire. So here's how it happens in practice. So the crew is in danger. The crew has been trapped already. They call Mayday, Mayday. When they call Mayday, Mayday, there's immediate radio silence throughout the entire fire brigade. Not just on that scene. The entire fire brigade sits and waits. Who's going to be next to go in to extricate these 2 bodies or 4 bodies? And so the rapid intervention team must have a radio with them. They must be in communication with that team that's calling. They don't wait for an incident commander to say to the RIT, go in and fetch your colleagues. They just go in and fetch their colleagues, because that's how the SOP is written, the standard operating procedure.
Right.
That's what RITs are about.
Mm-hmm. And you also make the observation that the crew was not hydrated, as you told us, must be the case in respect of people fighting fire, and particularly given the duration with which this operation was undertaken.
Excuse me, can I just have more water, please? Dehydrating myself. Let me rehab myself. Thank you. So we're speaking about the specific fire firstly now, instead of generalizing now. So you have people that enter the structure that maybe, in spite of their training and in spite of their skills level, had maybe dealt with 2 or 3 or 5 bodies in the past. Without being too graphic, if you step into a dark passage and you step into a cadaver, you know the moment that you do it, it's sponge-like. The first reaction is to vomit, to add a graphic point to it. So you're sweating, you're vomiting, it's a crazy situation, and so you can't even go to the fire engine and drink water because this water is already so contaminated that it's as good as you drinking sewage water. So somehow you've got to lay your hands on fluids that can hydrate you. I would love to see the day that the city brigades, in general, actually hydrate their crews within 45 minutes. That is, you have to give them something for sustenance. You have to give them fluids. Something with a salt base, something with an energy base. They're going to go right back into hell right now. They can't refuse. They've got to just push on, even if they fall over. You have an obligation. It's moral, if nothing else. It's a moral obligation to hydrate the people that work under those conditions. You cannot expect of a person to walk through a desert. And you're sitting at home and you know that he's in the desert. And you know that they're dehydrating. And you don't do anything about it. So it's both. I'm pleading for the safety of the firefighters. In the light of that fire, because now we can do nothing about that. It's just used as a reference point now. But for future reference, have a way of going to the nearest cafe, if there's no other way of doing it, drawing 100 cold drinks from the place and hydrating these people. They have got to be helped. That's what my plea is about.
That's what you describe as a rehab of the crew.
That's right, yes.
You make the observation also that they operated without the benefit of a disaster management support. Say more.
I stated earlier that disaster management is quite a complicated subject. And so disaster management is in the first place overseen by COCTA, with the National Disaster Management Center. And that is then duplicated on a municipal level as well.
Right.
So disaster management doesn't have an operational function during that first hour or 2 or 3 hours of that fire. They've actually got nothing to do with that, in fact. But as we saw here clearly, there are bodies brought out here which have to be identified in some way. The families are standing there. Some of those families recognize the shoes or a belt buckle and say, that's my husband laying there. For that to happen is beyond the competencies or the responsibilities of the fire brigade or of the private ambulance services that attended there. It's not in their competency. In other words, there's no responsibility, there's no mandate, they don't have to be prepared for that moment. And here this moment arrives. And so we're sitting with this bulk of unidentified bodies that's laying in the sun, that's exposed to the media, that's exposed to the thousands of people that's in that crowd, that scream and shout, and yet the fire operation has got to be dealt with. And so at that stage, if If Johannesburg Disaster Management had been informed early in that morning, we have a major situation on our hands. And anybody, the cafe owner, could have realized that. It doesn't take skills to know that this is a disaster. But they should have been informed by the city's control center, I think that's what it's called. Disaster management should have been informed that you are required at the scene, not to make sure that the flame is extinguished, but to make sure that the bodies are now managed, that the situation is managed. While you have a whole crowd of witnesses that can help with the identification of these individuals, of these bodies. But now the moment is gone and the opportunity is lost. And so I asked myself the question after the fact, even if they had been called, were they prepared for this kind of incident? And the reason I air my question here is that if one of the aims of this commission is eventually, after the fact, to prevent this kind of thing in future, then I would like that there should be a recommendation to the effect that the disaster management divisions of all cities should prepare themselves for this kind of an incident, whether it's an earthquake or an aeroplane flying into a building or an act of terrorism or a fire of the nature that we've just seen. That should be my recommendation.
Mm-hmm. You say, however, there was assistance coming from fire ops and others under difficult circumstances to create a triage, and I think that refers in evaluating severity of condition for whatever immediate attention medically. That's what you're referring to there, right?
Yeah, triage, it's a French word, so you have to say it fancifully. It's triage. And triage is intended as a management tool to make a distinction between the various levels of severity of injuries. And so in triage, for instance, there comes a time when you have to choose between spending time on an 80-year-old person or on a 4-year-old. And so triage is an extremely important issue, but it's a medical issue. It's not a firefighting issue. There's a massive distinction between the two careers. A firefighter is not a medical supporter, and a paramedic is not a firefighter. And so the firefighter brings out what is known to us as a victim from a floor to the front door. The paramedic takes over that person who now becomes the patient of the paramedic, and the paramedic now starts practicing triage. Because you've only got so many ambulances available. If I think of the Charlotte Mateke fire that night, when we had to evacuate that hospital, 700 patients, all of whom were bedridden, or mostly, and it was COVID, and all those challenges, that was also a disaster management failure. And so triage becomes a really serious issue. And you've got all the ambulance in the city now drawn into that fire. Because the Netcare, EmergeMed, ER24, MediResponse, it doesn't matter who, they all sent as much help as they can. But now the ambulances have got to be used sensibly. And that's what triage is about.
At the top of page 6, you talk about what you call the USAR stroke INSARAG, which are abbreviations for what?
USAR stands for Urban Search and Rescue, and then INSARAG is an international body, an oversight body for the same function. And what it is intended for, it has been developed in the last maybe 2 decades, where the idea was to create an international reaction body to tsunamis and earthquakes and war conditions and the likes. So where you have victims trapped under blocks of concrete, it is not in the competency necessarily of any city anywhere in the world to just take that on by themselves. And search and rescue does not precisely define what it is about. Rescue implies that the person is still alive that you're taking out. In many instances, it is the removal of bodies from rubble. And so it's a specialized felt. And so COCTA, as an oversight body, initiated that cities would participate in such an exercise. And so the cities, all of them, Cape Town and Port Elizabeth and Durban and Pietermaritzburg and Joburg and Pretoria, wherever, those that wanted to participate in this had some of their staff, specialized people, trained to work with dog handlers and the army and other entities on such a rescue scene, which could be really widespread, as we see now, for instance, in the war situations. So Joburg spent millions on vehicles and equipment and training. And that comes out of the ratepayer's pocket. It's not a contribution from COCTA that says we'll carry all the costs here. So many years ago, and this almost sounds like a kindergarten story, but many, many years ago, it used to be that this was an active division inside of the fire department. It went to the lengths of having itself audited by INSARAG, the international body. If I should guess when it was probably about 2 years ago that it was done, the last time. So there's a specialized vehicle standing in Northview Fire Station with specialist equipment on it. But the equipment is for USAR incidents. It's for removing concrete blocks and for taking an entire boat full of people out of a river and so on. It's highly specialized. But it's not specialized in doing day-to-day little rescues. Yesterday we had a little boy that had his hand caught in a meat mincer. We had to go to Baragwana Hospital to try and extricate the little boy from that, and we went to the operation theater, and so it's not, USAR is not made for that. USAR is not made for extricating the 15 to 22 victims out of car wrecks in a month. That's not what USAR is made for. But I would imagine that having USAR in the brigade, that at some stage during that day, during the early hours of the operation, USAR would have been activated to bring relief to the firefighters who now had to concentrate on the fire. My recommendation would be, it's more a wish, that Joburg would realize how precious this division is and that they would better utilize it, not only for the public but also for their own purposes. We saw the loss of 3 firefighters in the Bank of Lisbon. USAR was not activated. We saw the loss of 2 more firefighters in the basement of the old Nedbank building. USAR was not activated. The loss of life in the city is probably, on average, probably between 3 and 5 a month. I honestly, I plea with the City Council to have more appreciation for that division, to build it out and to activate it. Rather activate when it's not necessary and return it to its quarters than to not activate it at all.
And you say in this instance, at the very least, the USA was not there for 12 hours of that operation.
I said earlier that we had to cut through steel gates, and you've only got so many cutting machines, you've only got so many crew that you can now spare for this kind of a function. And so if the USAR operators were there, for which, just by the nature of what they've gone through to be qualified, I have great respect. If they had been there, that would have taken a whole lot of pressure off the firefighters.
And to then talk about that ladder again, you say initially 43 victims were rescued. As you said earlier, 69 bodies retrieved.
Yeah, when we left, there were 69 bodies retrieved, and there were more retrieved during the day by Joburg Fire.
Right. Talking about these units, you say they have not been certified for their safety gradings for many years. Explain.
The two statements could almost be separated. So here you have, I think there were 4 people that jumped and 43 that were helped out through the passages and so on. And just maybe, had the ladder been certified and had the operator faith in that ladder, and had the incident commander have faith in the ladder, then just perchance more people could have been brought out with a ladder. Instead of getting them down the staircases and being in each other's way, the firefighters. And one could reason and one could ask the question, would more lives have been saved? And I almost want to say, probably not even. I think the life loss was so severe and so concentrated during the first moments. If you understand that chaos, then I must ask myself the question, would it have saved more lives? And the answer is probably no. The reason that I detail it here is to bring to the attention of the city that you've got a moral obligation. You have firefighters working with this equipment. Why not just have the ladder certified? Why not just have it repaired? Why not just maintain the thing? It's almost as if it's representative of other maintenance issues with the fleet. So whatever I address here is true of all other specialized equipment. If somebody's going to work with the jaws of life, why must they lose, like me, why must they lose a finger with the jaws just because the jaws wasn't maintained properly? And so this issue isn't even just site-specific. It is a generalization, but it's true altogether and all the same.
You make comment about the functionality of the nozzle that was there. You make comment about, for practical purposes, you say the ladder that was there was, for that reason, of no value.
The nozzle
Okay.
could only sweep vertically. The nozzle couldn't sweep horizontally. If you sweep with a master stream, there's very little point, and just lifting it and pointing it at one specific position on the floor, and then what? And so, is it window dressing? What is it? To the credit of the fire crew, they discarded of that effort. They just let it go, and then the ladder now stands there. And so if the nozzle was in a working condition at least, and it could at least sweep, one could make a good case that they could have a horizontal sweep with that stream. It's another question whether you should put so much water into that building with a superheated steel reinforcing, as I said earlier. That's another question altogether. But that nozzle was not operational, and that's what this issue is about.
Chair, I'm about to go to another element of the evidence of Mr. Engelbrecht. I see we're just about 5 minutes to lunch. Would it be convenient that we take lunch now, with your permission?
Yes. We'll adjourn now and reconvene at 5 to 2.
Thank you, Chair.
survival to restore the brigade and to put it amongst really the best in the world, where it ought to have been. And so I'm not hopeless. I believe that there's sufficient academic support in the brigade. I would much rather think that the brigade executive require far more support from the city council's executive and the council in order for it to be restored. And so the statement is not one of hopelessness or total anxiety, but rather as a departure point for a good discussion. Hence, I also, in 2018, prepared a document which I then laid before the then fire brigade executive and discussed it with him. And I dare say, I don't think I would have done that had I not the idea that it can actually be salvaged.
All right. You also make the observation that council properties all need to be regularly inspected by the fire safety division.
That's almost a statement of logic. If the fire safety division inspects other buildings in the city, then why exclude the council's buildings? I made out a case this morning that the council is subject to the national building regulations. It's also subject to its own bylaws. And so a revival of an interest in this line of thinking would be greatly advantageous to the council and to the fire brigade. To the council, firstly, because its asset would receive qualified attention from its fire safety division, and it would have something to react on and to improve its buildings, if only as a pointer for the good maintenance of the buildings, fire-wise, and to the fire brigade as the agency that is expected to enter the building when it's on fire. And so there's plenty reason for this point to be carried as a recommendation.
And who's policing the police, you ask the question. They too must be subject to the bylaws for which they operate under. That's your comment.
Yes, I see no provision in any law or any regulation or any reasoning for the city council to not have its buildings subjected to the law. And not only its buildings, but also its 16.1 and 16.2 OSH Act appointments to take responsibility for the safety of the people using those buildings.
And you also say that the certificate of occupancy ought to be there in all these buildings and properly displayed for people to see that the building is competent to do what it is designed to do.
One of the determinations of an occupancy certificate is that, in truth, the electrical engineer may not even turn on electrical supply to a building in the absence of an occupancy certificate. I mean, that's a given. And it's true for all buildings. And so the display of the occupancy certificate would put the council in a position where it could almost boast and show off that, yes, indeed, we take it serious, and here we comply with our own requirements. And so the display of an occupancy certificate, in my opinion, would to a degree restore public trust.
Now, part of the deterioration that you have seen and speak about includes the ambulance division, which you say was dissolved.
The ambulance division was dissolved approximately 4 years ago. For the umpteenth time, that province decide that they want to take their ambulance service back into its own bosom and to take it away from the fire brigades of Joburg, Tshwane and Ekurhuleni. It left quite a vacuum in the service delivery environment, but it also resulted in, due to province not taking the staff with the ambulances, that the staff had to be reincorporated, and so that you then had people with an ambulance background or an emergency medical background incorporated as firefighters, which is not the same career path. It's not the same thing. And so I think it also it impacted negatively on the brigade. Because obviously, if you have an individual that's really wanted to make emergency medical services its career and is now forced into fire PPE and to fight fires, it's just the wrong reasoning.
Talking lack of adequate equipment and apparatus, you say, as you did earlier, that an employment number of people in the 1,750 or more on your payroll is hardly sufficient.
Yeah, the payroll seems to be sufficient. If I do my calculations quickly, 1,700 plus bodies and 4 shifts gives you about 400 people per shift. For the city, there are 30 fire stations, municipal fire stations. And so the staff definitely is adequate. We also know that the senior staff are all well-qualified people. I mean, they come from TUT, where they obtain 3-year, 4-year, and 5-year diplomas. And so there's no question that the number of people employed and the academic level are sufficient to serve the city as a professional brigade. It's when it comes to the availability of apparatus and equipment, and to a certain degree specialized training, and I'll get back to that. And I think, and it's quite subjective, also the level of morale that seems to be prevalent, or seems to have been prevalent for a few years now. I think those are the things that need to come together. So the positives are staff strengths and qualifications, and by that I mean academic qualifications. So those are the strengths. The weaknesses are the fact that the fleet is insufficient. And here we have seen, and both administrations were guilty of precisely the same thing. Every 2 years there's a new tender advertised, then there's corruption, then they go to the High Court, all of them, then the High Court has to give a determination, then the whole thing is stopped. Now the public has been told that there's so many fire engines on its way, and then it's not. And so nobody really knows now. Maybe the council, some of the councillors know where they're standing with it. Maybe some of the brigade executive know where they stand with it, but the people of this city certainly don't know what to expect. When will the fire engines actually arrive? So there are challenges with building a fleet. Number one, the specialized vehicles can only be imported as complete units. And they come from America and UK and Germany and so on. And if I say specialized vehicle, I mean something like a ladder, turntable ladder. Platforms are specialized vehicles. Then the Department of DTI made a determination many, many years ago that whatever can be built locally must be built locally. And then there's also the issue that although this city could import second-hand vehicles today from Europe in brilliant condition at minimal cost, the DTI just won't allow that because it's protecting, of course, the local market. I have personally written to the DTI years ago, and the answer is the same. The answer is just no. You can't import a second-hand fire engine. But you can have it here on shore in 3 weeks once you've ordered it. I actually wrote and asked the DTI to make an exception, not because I had a mandate from Joburg, but because at that stage I thought that maybe another voice would be of value. So I wrote and I said, if the city of Joburg could be allowed to import second-hand vehicles, we could resolve this issue in a few weeks. And the answer was still no, it's not going to be allowed. And so expanding on a fleet is not easy. Equipping those vehicles, even if you have ordered the vehicles, it's a massively expensive exercise. Fire equipment is extremely expensive. And one of the reasons is that almost nothing of it is locally manufactured. And so you've got to import the whole lot. And the import duties on fire equipment is just extreme. And so the costs to build a fleet screams to high heavens. And then there's also the issue, and I think I did address it, of the council owning its own fleet of vehicles as opposed to forever renting these things from fleet managers, which makes it 5 times more expensive than owning your own and maintaining your own. And so there are those issues that are national questions. It's not just here, it's everywhere. Even in Kokstad and Beaufort West. They don't get fire engines cheap just because they're small.
Yes. Now, even things like breathing apparatus and their gauges and the maintenance, you have a comment there as well.
I wrote an affidavit to the Department of Labor. I can check the timeline, but I think it was around 2017. And that was the result of a fire in Windsor where a 71-year-old man burned to death. At the time, I looked into this matter, and it was quite clear that the maintenance on the fire equipment is non-existent. So you take a gauge on a breathing apparatus. So this firefighter is going into this building depending on the cylinder on its back for air. If it looks at the gauge, it wants to be sure that that's precisely what's in there. Now, all gauges on all fire engines and rescue equipment need to either be replaced annually or they must undergo a planned maintenance program so that we are sure that they're actually precise and accurate. And that's not done. And so I'm once again looking at the individual firefighter, and I ask myself the question, if the gauge on the pump is not calibrated and the gauge on your breathing apparatus is not calibrated, how do you expect this person to in terms of rules of engagement, be prepared to give their life for another life but you don't maintain the equipment.
Yes. Your statement also deals with fire investigation capacity of the city. Tell us more.
Fire investigations, it's quite a loose term, because it's interpreted in the ear of the hearer that somebody said the fire was investigated and it was a paraffin stove, and now we just what? Nowhere. But what does it really mean? So fire investigations are primarily in this country undertaken by fire investigators that are appointed by the insurer. The insurer normally wants to know a few things. And the easiest of these are to determine what is the point of origin of the fire in this building. And almost every senior fireman can do that. Point of origin. Then we want to know what's the cause of the fire. That's a little bit more complicated, because now we need laboratories and we need science and we need, in some instances, dogs, and we need a scientific approach to a problem that is both science and engineering based. That's what fire safety is. And so it's complicated. Then we go even further than that. Sometimes the insurer wants to know what was the condition of the building the moment that the fire started. In other words, was it compliant? Because the insurer is looking for a loophole to refuse the claim. If we don't hear it right, if somebody says there was a fire investigation, and they say it was, they sometimes even say it was a forensic investigation. My question is, okay, but who was the forensic investigator? And they say, well, it was such and such an individual with such and such qualifications and skills, and maybe even from the police forensics division. Just the fact that you say SAP forensic division doesn't mean a qualification. That's just where the division is that this person is employed. And so, in order to get to the real answer, is to ask, what was the scope of work that was given the investigator? What was he supposed to investigate? Was it the condition of the building before the fire in 80 Albert Street? Was it to determine compliance? Was it to determine OSH Act compliance? Because the gate that was welded up has nothing to do with the National Building Regulations. That was fitted afterwards, probably. So what was the scope? What was the instruction to the investigator? Then we see that these investigations seem to take forever. Like in months and years, as if we constructing a new building almost. It's not, I don't want to oversimplify it, but it's not that complicated. And so, if the investigators were invited or instructed or required to be at that building the day that the fire was still raging, they could have picked up far more information than they would have gotten afterwards. If there are questions to be asked, here's a crowd of people standing. 500 of them were in the building a half hour ago. They can tell you something, but you don't ask them because you're not there. You say, but I can investigate this fire 3 weeks later. Yeah, you can under certain circumstances. But what's happened now is everybody has trampled over the crime scene. It's a crime scene. People died. And so it's a crime scene, so it ought to be treated as a crime scene. And so the fire investigation, the term, as far as I'm concerned, is abused. It's not correctly applied. And it ought to be reviewed. And so, if it should be a competency of the fire department, then the fire officers need to be sent for proper fire investigation training, and not at a little institute or a little training center where they'll just walk away with a certificate and say, I can determine it started with a candle. Well, I could also determine that. And so the council really ought to take a decision and say, is fire investigation going to be part of the competency of this fire brigade? And if the answer is yes, then let's identify the individuals that have to undergo the training, and if they have to go to the FBI to get this training done, let's do it properly. But let's not guess about a paraffin stove and an electric socket. And so that the result of those investigations would, that the consequence of that would and should be a thorough and a professional report that'll tell us precisely what happened, when did it happen, how did it happen, who was responsible, how many people were actually interrogated, because it's a crime scene, right? And for crimes you interrogate people, you don't guess, and then we'll know almost with a certainty what happened.
Yes. I want to read you out a conclusion you make at the end of your statement and call for your comment. You say in conclusion, unless the city of Johannesburg urgently attends to all aspects of improving its fire department, and unless the brigade implements task force response tactics, the potential for another, and you say in parentheses, if not even more intense, you close the parenthesis, such incident is real. The number of dilapidated multi-story buildings in the inner city requiring specialist fire safety attention makes it all the more important that the city should be aware of the potential for life loss in the city. And as a last thought, you say firefighters, when rescuing victims from fire, do not ask in the first place whether they are foreigners or not.
I should probably start with the last statement first. So as our crews arrive that night, there's already this rumor that these are foreigners. Now, I don't precisely know what a foreigner is. I don't know whether it's somebody with a passport or not a passport, or an ID or not an ID. I know that our rules of engagement says that if there's a body, a living person in a building, we are prepared to give life and limb to rescue that person. We swear an oath to that effect. We say if there's no person in the building, we will do our utmost to preserve the building and the business. And if there's a building on fire, and you cannot salvage anything of that building sensibly without losing firefighters, and there are no lives present in the building, then you will stand back and burn the building down naturally. And not even the High Court in The Hague or the World Court in The Hague can turn that around. There is no questioning the fire commander if he takes such a decision to burn down a building naturally, because nobody has to walk into hell knowing that you're going to die. I mean, nobody is that dumb. And so those are the rules of engagement. And so to spread the word there that these are just foreigners, I think that was totally misplaced. And I hope it never happens again in this country, that anybody...
If I may interpose, Mr. Engelke, is that what you heard being said?
That's what we heard there. It's just foreigners. And so, Madam, I would not think up anything like that. I don't even have the capacity to think that out. We don't rescue South Africans or British citizens. We rescue people. And whether they pink or whatever color they prefer to be has got nothing to do with the issue. And so I think that's my statement on that. Then I say, unless the city, and unless is a qualification almost, unless. If you don't do this, then this whole thing is in vain. Unless the city urgently attends to all aspects of improving its service, and unless the brigade implement task force response tactics. So what is task force response tactics? It's not a new concept. It was born in Europe. It's been implemented in Europe and in America for decades. It was implemented in the old Sandton Fire Department when I was the task force commander there. And the idea is that you predetermine what to do for a specific fire. It's a scientific exercise. It's not responding to a fire is not a knee-jerk reaction. There's a fire, so there's a good idea, so let's go and see what we can do about it. You know precisely what it is that you are responsible for. And so in task force, you say that we will have at least 2 engines running there, 2 rapid intervention vehicles, 1 senior commander, and we'll move as a task force. It's not an afterthought. It's not requesting for more vehicles after the fact. This is a predetermined way of doing things. All fires start with a flame the size of a candle. If you catch it in its incipient stage, you can blow it out. But now you don't catch it in an incipient stage. You are subject to the following elements and components of the mechanics of fire. Firstly, somebody has to detect that there's a fire. Just now, as we had lunch, Advocate, you were there when I got a call from an organization that's saying there's smoke coming out their building, but we mustn't worry. We must just send a smoke extractor, as if that person. And so, if you detect the fire and you can immediately contact a service that can actually do something about it, and that service doesn't waste time and actually travel in good time to the fire scene and engage the fire, you can take it out in its incipient stage. It doesn't matter if that task force moved so-called in vain. It's not, how can it be in vain? Even if you take it out right here, it's not in vain. And so task force philosophy is a well-established one. And I think that the city can, I mentioned it in the 2018 report I discussed with the executive at that stage. I think the department can concentrate their existing staff and their existing resources in far less than the 30 fire stations that they have. Whether they sell those as good property or as shopping malls doesn't really matter. But if you concentrate what you have and you go in task force mode for the next few years, you've got a lot of time you're buying a lot of time to correct whatever else needs to be done. And in task force mode, it means that you are hitting the fire where it needs to be hit. There's no doubts about it. There's no guessing for junior acting commanders to wonder what it is that they're busy with. It's a precise approach, and I think it is to the salvage of this brigade.
Usindiso building, to the extent the evidence will demonstrate it to have been non-compliant in many respects, in your opinion, what should have happened to a building of that kind?
Well, firstly, we must make the distinction that some buildings were built before 1990, before the National Building Regulations, and then some buildings were built after 1990, and they are in toto subject to the National Building Regulations. I would venture that that building was built under the old Johannesburg bylaws. So if you want to judge that building, you've got to judge it against the bylaws and not against the National Building Regulations. If, however, there were major structural changes made or changes made to the foundations of the building, that would then subject the building to the National Building Regulations. And so there's that question.
I give you an illustration. You say, and everybody else says, there were exit doors and all material welded on the doors. As an example, and I ask for your opinion, what should be done if it is non-compliant like that? Because obviously a building like Usindiso in its 50s years of, in the 50s years when it was built was compliant. It had an occupation certificate and it had all these things compliant. The doors were not welded. What should happen if you go and you now find, as a matter of fact, that these steel doors are welded, access, ingress and egress from the building is no longer possible?
Sir, the question addresses a whole lot of issues on a whole lot of levels, so I'll try my utmost.
Okay.
So we have buildings that were designed as offices. The developer then comes, or the building owner, or Johnny or Peter, and they invite a residential category of people into the building. So the building wasn't built for that. The escape routes weren't designed for that. If you originally had 150 people working in a building that was originally a office complex, and you now have 450 people in the same building, and some of them are blind, and some are in wheelchairs, and some are children, it's changed the occupancy completely. And so there's that issue. Then there's the issue of the standing away or the standing back of the owner from the building. And so you have an owner that has a building in the inner city, and this person lives in London, and they know that they cannot even pay the rates and taxes that's outstanding. It's a couple of million. And so they just go to London. But they've got somebody on this side that says, while you're hiding in London, I will pay you 100,000 a month for your building. There's no agreement, there's no contract, it's just like that. So there the owner goes. This person now sublets. And here we have people coming into this building, and they build shacks in the basement, in the stairwells, in the flat, in what was an office before, are now 2 shacks built. So you have the addition of a fire load into this building that is extreme. Not only that, also at the base of the building in the yard, you build another 60 shacks, and that now makes it a fire stack. To now expect of the fire safety officer to go in there single-handedly and to make an evaluation in the dark basement, in a criminal environment probably, is absolutely out of the question. You cannot send an individual fire officer to go face those people in there and say, you must do the following or you must move out of the building. The city tried at some stage about 3 years ago to task force wise, they sent in JMPG with the fire safety officers, with the clerk of the court, with somebody's dog, with another cousin, and it was a whole lot of people that went in, and it it ended up in a fight about drugs instead of fire safety. And so it was discarded. There were even magistrates waiting for these cases to be specially heard, and prosecutors. I get back to the bylaws. If the Joburg City Council has a bylaw that determines that you cannot have people in that building outside of the category it was intended for, and it will have the guts to actually put people out of that building when the building doesn't comply, then we won't have this kind of thing.
There is now a term of...
Then the building burns. Then the person in England says, I didn't know that they must have hijacked my building. That's not hijack. That's the people are living there with the permission of the agent that he appointed here, who's now taken a boat, gone down the Orange River and fled to England. Now we're at the point where nobody takes responsibility. And so the issue is that if there's a bylaw, and it can be monitored right from the first moment. Somebody has entered the building, they're starting to put up a structure inside of a structure. That in itself is just illegal. And then law enforcement must be brought in, then we can address the issue, and then we can move forward.
Yes, as you say, there is now a term of art called hijacked buildings. So what do you conceive that to be?
I think it's a good excuse. A building can't be hijacked. How do you hijack a building? You can have a building that's neglected. That's the owner that's done that. You can have a building that's abolished. The owner did that. You can have a building that's vacant and inviting criminal element. The owner did that. So there's no hijacking. Hijacking is something that's just, it's a new term to give a distance at arm's length for the owner away from the problem. And so there are the determinations of the High Court, what needs to be done with people under these circumstances, but that cannot possibly trump the necessity for life safety. And so I think the term hijack is it's presumptuous. You hijack an aeroplane. You don't hijack a building.
And in your own words, a building that is not fire compliant, what must happen to it as a statement of fact and or law?
The power should be turned off, the water should be turned off, the lower floors should be built up, the windows, so that nobody can actually get into the building, so that there's not this open invitation, here's an open building. The Bible says you drive one out, 7 comes back. It's a fact, that's how it works. You do not leave a vacuum. You seal off that building, and if the council has to do that with a private building and add the cost to the rates and taxes, then so be it. We cannot wait for people to once again move into those buildings. Here we're sitting with a building that's about 40 meters from the Minerals Council down in Marshalltown. And how we know that there's a problem in that building is that the window panes started popping out. I said earlier, so people go into the basement, they cut away, there's columns. So they cut away the concrete, the civils, then they cut out the reinforcing, then the building sags into itself. Now the windows start popping out. At this stage, there's nothing you can do with that building. It's got to be demolished. You've got to go to ground zero with that. Now the building is still standing vacant. It used to be that the Provincial Department of Public Safety was in there. You can actually, when I sit there, I look at it. People walk in and out. It seems like it's a drug den. So at that stage, it's too late now to expect fire safety to now resolve the problem. It's not a fire safety problem. It's a law enforcement problem. And law enforcement can only enforce, well, laws. So if you don't have a bylaw, there's nothing to enforce. You can't say to JMPD, help us, we must resolve this issue. And they say, what law do you want us to quote? And you say, no, you must just, I don't know what you must do. Of course you must have a law. And so the beginning of the whole thing is that we should create new order out of the chaos. And we should do it one building at a time if we have to. We can't sit in any setting of kastige planning. And we're planning and we're planning and we're planning, we get nowhere. We should take one building at a time and sensibly address it. There's no point even in taking people out of that building and put them into another, what's the right word that they use for it?
Non-compliant building.
Another non-compliant shelter. Shelter is what I'm looking for. So you're just moving the problem. That's all you're really doing. And it'll take order to be created out of the chaos. One building at a time, whether it's the government's building, and the government is far more guilty in this regard than anyone else. I mean central and provincial government. They just do not care about what happens in their buildings.
Put simply, if a building is non-compliant and you're not able to issue directions about how the owner must correct it, it must just not be accessible for use.
I think that's a very good starting point. So here's what can be done. A notice board the size of this banner gets erected on the pavement in front of that building, stating that the city council fire department has determined that this building is not safe. A, you enter this building absolutely at your own risk and put it in 29 languages if you have to. You are at risk, your own risk. And B, the firefighters will not enter the building. Why should we have firefighters of Johannesburg Fire Department? We line up 4 crews. We know this building is in a total condition of absolute chaos. Why must we send them in there? To do what? You say to go save the lives. Save lives of people who already read. They shouldn't be in here. I think that's the one short-term solution.
Yes. Let me direct your attention to another document in the bundle. It would be written timelines. Do you see that?
Yes.
Just for the record, and if there is no objection, Chairperson, I will ask that this document be admitted into evidence as WE19. Can you speak about what it documents?
This is an incident report. Now, Fire Operations SA, Fire Operations Pty, FOSA, is an ISO 9001 company, which means it is subject to very precise quality control, and it holds ISO accreditation for both fire operations and rescue operations. And so this document is part of the record keeping, and this is an incident report, and the form, the document, not the content, was created, as you'll see in the middle there, on the 30th of March 2019. That's when this form was created. So that's not the fire date. The fire date is just to the left, 31 August. So this form has been approved by SANAS, which is the DTI appointed body for quality control and for certification. And so what you have in here are all the times, all the arrivals, all the pertinent information. There's also a report in here, a full text report of 2 pages. And then also towards the end, you'll find there's a radio log of all the radio messages that came through from the moment fire ops arrived there until the moment that they'd left.
And to the end of that report, there is a long narrative about its contents.
Yes.
Am I correct? And also for the record, I read the remarks. They're a little lengthy, but just go with me, with your eyes through, and correct me if there is a misreading I do.
Sure.
It says remarks on Thursday morning, 31 August 2023 at 01:45, the following vehicles were dispatched. Squad 2, Romeo 21, Romeo 16, Tango 12, and Alpha 2. At 01:50, our first vehicles, Romeo 16 and Romeo 21, booked in attendance and reported that COGEMS, what would that stand for?
City of Joburg, EMS.
Were on scene with 2 fire engines and 1 air truck. There was a working fire on both the ground and first floors. The watch room was instructed to get hold of SAPS for crowd control. Captain Hugo made contact with COGEMS platoon commander at 02 hours 4 minutes. COGEMS requested assistance. FORSA crew immediately engaged in the firefighting at 0204 on the Alpha side using a 38mm attack line. At 0206, the crew stretched the line into the building from Alpha side. At 02 hour 08, Captain van Staden booked in attendance and took over command. At 0210, Chief Swanepoel in attendance. At 02 hour 11, C-Trap from Cape Town. What would C-Trap be?
A situation report.
Situation report from Captain Hugo that the fire had burned through the ground, first, second, and third floors, and was moving towards the fourth floor. At 0211, the FORSA watch room called GPG to assist with additional ambulances as multiple victims required medical assistance. Numerous priority 4 bodies were found on scene. At 0213, Captain van Staden reported that multiple victims and bodies were being found on all floors. This was confirmed by COGEMS platoon commander, Mr. Tipe. At 0225, Chief Swanepoel and 4 FORSA members entered the building to commence search and rescue. Reports came in from bystanders that victims were jumping out of the building from the Bravo side. Chief Swanepoel and FORSA members initiated a search on the 4th floor. At 0230, Alpha 2 in attendance and reported to IC,
Incident commander.
to the IC and started checking on jumpers. He located 1 person on the 2nd floor ledge. Firefighters were busy with firefighting on the ground floor. At this time, no survivors were located. At 0236, Captain Hugo reported multiple victims who were located on the roof. Chief Swanepoel and crew proceeded to 1st floor to a victim reported by incident commander, where they found 2 bodies. P4 in the passages
and managed to remove 2 victims still alive. Alpha 1 and Alpha 2 climbed the side of the building to make entry on the first floor window, where they discovered 3 victims at 2 hour 43 in the first floor bedrooms. Forcible entry was done and victims were removed by COGEMS and FOSA crews. The latter met on this floor. At that time, they managed to bring the victim back from the ledge into the building, and he was carried out by Chief Swanepoel. At 02:47, 6 additional victims were removed successfully from the first floor of the structure. At 02:52, another 2 victims were removed by FOSA crew. At 02 hours 55, 2 Adjutant Hugo and crew members entered the structure with SCBAs. What would that be?
Self-contained breathing apparatus.
Located an infant on the second floor after being indicated by a member of the public, and exited the structure successfully. At 03:09, firefighting continued on the ground floor by COGEMS and FOSA crews. At 03:13, Captain van Staden reported all crews exited the structure and accounted for and started with rehabilitation. At 03:16, Chief Swanepoel reported 11 victims, including 1 minor, removed successfully by FOSA crew from ground and first floor. At 03:18, Tanker 12 started supplying COGEMS ladder truck with water as they ran out. At this COGEMS vehicles, 2 engines, 1 ladder, 1 water tanker, and 2 air trucks. Lieutenant Cronier and crew was busy doing exterior firefighting from the Tanker 12 on the Bravo side at 03:44. At 03:53, FOSA crews re-entering building to remove P4 bodies. What would P4 be?
So deceased.
After directive from COGEMS to continue. At 04:10, FOSA was told to stand down and withdraw, and started making up as instructed by Director of COGEMS. He did not appreciate our role on scene. At 04:19, FOSA was apologized to for misunderstanding, as COGEMS officers insisted FOSA needed to assist in operation and to engage. FOSA crew re-entered the structure for search and rescue at 04:24. At 04:53, more bodies were located on the ground floor, bringing total up to 12 discovered by FOSA. At 03:55, 3 more crew entered to assist with body removal. At 05:01, Adjutant Hugo reported more remains located on the ground floor. 05:39, 20 bodies total have been removed by FOSA. At 05:55, all recoveries halted due to a report by Johannesburg Fire Prevention that the structural integrity of the building has been compromised. All FOSA crews accounted for an outside building and standing by 06:06. Chief 3, Alpha 2, and a crew of 4 FOSA entered structure as reports that a family was still on second floor, reported by a family member, entered from Charlie's side, forced entry, removed 1 victim stuck in a room. Following that victim, more bodies and victims were found in adjacent rooms as FOSA teams searched until 06:44 and exited to regroup. Another 2 victims and 7 bodies were found in adjacent rooms. 07:07, Captain van Staden reported that FM
Fireman.
fireman Masiteng had an injury to his hand. Injury was treated, and fireman was noted as fit to continue. Adjutant Brunner was tasked to find the basement and was accompanied by Adjutant van Logerenberg and 2 crew members. Basement was found and 2 shack dwellings was discovered, as well as other utility rooms. 2 people were found asleep, unaware of anything. They were escorted out of the building. At 0807, Adjutant Brunner was released from the scene. At 0810, interim body count at 59. Rescued victims at 43 by FOSA and COGEMS. At 0904, Tango 12 released from the scene, and Lieutenant Cronje and 3 crew mobile back to patch 2. At 09 hours 11, there were 11 FOSA members inside the building, busy with recoveries. 0928, Adjutant Hugo and 4 crew entered to help with body recoveries, in addition to 11 FOSA already inside. On their return to the mustering point, crews were told to make up by Captain van Staden. At 0956, Director of COGEMS thanked FOSA for their services. FOSA services no longer required making up to mobile a bag. Now, I know you haven't authored the document. You confirm I read it correctly?
Are you asking whether this
I
is
know that you
precise?
did not author the document yourself, right?
No.
Yes, but I have read it correctly. You
Yes,
agree?
you've read it correctly. Yeah.
We will in due course get a witness to authenticate the contents of this document.
Sure.
But perhaps, Chair, now we can provisionally mark it as WE 19 as opposed to full exhibit. Okay, there is a 2017 affidavit you did in relation to the bundle of documents you have handed us. Can you go there?
I got it.
Right. Well, it is a recordal of an event not related to what the commission is looking into, but I think in broad terms, can I describe this document as one describing the general inadequacies in fire management risk in the city?
They are still as per this document, yes.
Yes. As I say, we will also include it as an exhibit, your affidavit that is, as exhibit WE 20, or 20, as I was saying. Shall it be so admitted, Chairperson?
Exhibit WE 20 being an affidavit of 2017 is admitted into the record.
As the Chairperson pleases. You will find in the file in front of you another document with a label of recommendations.
Got it.
Can you get there?
I got it.
It is your document as well, right?
That's right, yes.
We may provisionally mark it as WE21 as an exhibit. And can we talk about that exhibit now?
Which
After the
one?
chair- After the chair
WE20?
admits it.
Sorry, Advocate Minya, which document should you be talking to now? WE 21.
21, indeed. ma'am.
This document was created even before I founded the company Fire Ops. And at that stage, I just felt that maybe I could make a contribution to the situation in Joburg Fire Department. If I remember it correctly, it was around April of 2017 when a new acting fire chief was appointed, and I was on friendly enough terms with that person and his deputy, so that this document resulted in a work session in the offices of Joburg Fire Department in Martindale. And so the idea here, the general idea that I spell out in this document is that, and they still had the ambulance service at that stage. And so I touched on it a little bit earlier, that if they got rid of some of the fire stations, and the issue is that some of these fire stations were, in the previous dispensation, headquarters of municipal fire brigades that are now taken up in this metro. So, for instance, what is now known as Florida Park was then just Roodepoort Fire Department headquarters. And ditto Midrand headquarters, and so I was looking at the properties or the premises, and my recommendation was that they should break away from the idea of having firefighters and ambulance people in the same building. I fully motivated this issue in how there's a massive difference between a firefighter and a paramedic. It's not the same person. I said it earlier. The one needs to work in a semi-military disciplined environment and the other one doesn't and shouldn't. The one requires to take instructions on an incident and the other has their crewmate and the patient. So none of the three ought to be instructed and so firefighters need to be under discipline of a certain kind, while ambulancemen don't need that. Firefighters need to be in uniform, in a rank structure, while ambulance people just don't need that. They can wear blue socks and short pants, and no one will be the wiser. And so the approach, the academic approach, the one is a medical person and the other one dwells somewhere between fire science and fire engineering, tries to make sense of it there. The one needs to be of an aggressive nature because that's what firefighting requires of you. You must be aggressive enough to break this microphone. You must just please not break the microphone. But the aggression needs to be there, and it needs to be maintained, and it needs to be managed so that when you have to enter a building, you've got that aspect of your personality sorted already, which for an ambulanceman or an ambulance person, that's not a requirement, and so on. So the idea that I tabled here was to get rid of the 5 major fire stations, sell them off. Roodepoort Fire Station, Florida Park in other words, Northview, Midrand, I don't remember the other two now. And so use that capital rather to grow the department in another direction. Take the remaining stations, and I think it was 11 of them, make these 11 actual fire stations and say there on the building, like this is a fire station in case somebody doesn't recognize it for being a fire station. and take 9 of those stations and make them ambulance stations and say ambulance station, so that the passerby doesn't expect to see a fire engine there. And take 4 of them and make them rescue stations, and 1 would be a hazmat station, and 1 would be for specialized vehicles such as ladders and platforms and so on. And that was the concept that I brought over with this document. And then to take the staff, which is 1,700 bodies, and get those who really don't want to be firefighters, then don't let them be firefighters. Please make a choice. And whatever it is that you need to place them elsewhere in the council, it can't be firefighters. And you would also save on PPE, because PPE would cost, on average per person, about 35,000 rand. Now you've got 1,700 bodies with full PPE, but they don't even want to be there. And so take some of those and push them into fire safety, so that the less complicated inspections can be done by more junior people, and so on. And so that the distribution of staff, which the detail may not have been so precise, but the idea or the concept was as I laid it out here now.
Thank you.
At the time, I wanted to see the then MMC of Public Safety, who was Councillor Sun. His office was right alongside this place where we gathered. As a politician, he just didn't want to see me. And after the work session, the 2 officers told me that they thought it was a brilliant paper and it was a good idea. Thank you very much, but there's not enough authorization delegated down to that level, and it's top level. It wasn't delegated down, so that none of this could have been implemented. An issue with the fire stations, for instance, and it's still today an issue, is that the old married quarters are rented out to members of the public. The actual engine bay where the vehicles are kept are, in inverted commas, rented to the fire chief. The garden is the responsibility of parks. And so now you have people that live in the married quarters, but that are civilians, that just at leisure walk right through a fire station, and it's just chaos. And you cannot possibly expect the fire chief to take responsibility for a building, and in this case 30 of them, if you don't actually have a say in if that's not your building. And so the chaos that was created still needs today to be sorted out, and we have to look at creating some sort of an order that will bring us back to truth, if only temporarily. And by that I mean that will buy the brigade time to expand out again and be the larger brigade they're supposed to be.
We have dealt with various documents in your file, one of which I invite your attention to is the press release of 26 March 2019, some time back now. What should we make of it? Do you have it?
I got it, yes.
What do you want us to make of it?
Well, it was one press release in a string of press releases. I think it left the reader with the feeling of, okay, so what's changed? Here, Councillor Sun, as MMC for Public Safety, just explained to us again that, sorry, the last tender that was placed for fire engines isn't going to happen, and we don't really know what's going to happen, and so on. Now, just to put more clarity on the fire engine issue, if you order a fire engine from America, or Britain, or Europe, depending on the specialty level, it can take you 18 months to have it delivered. So every time that this council, under the various administrations, played this game, they postponed the delivery of fire engines with another 18 months to 2 years. And so this is just another document. It's just another story. I don't think anybody at this stage took this council serious. And nothing has happened in the meantime to change this opinion. This was in 2019. It's now the 5th year down the line. March will be 5 years, and there's still nothing going on.
Yes. I have covered with you the documents in your file, but would invite you to say in your evidence anything relevant that you think appropriate to say.
I trust that the outcome of all of this will be that the citizens of Johannesburg will en masse support their fire brigade in as much as I think they need support. I can sit here and I can write 2 more books about the shortcomings, but there are also positives, and I think those positives need to be identified and built upon. I do believe that there's the will in the executive of this department to improve the brigade, not improve themselves, there's nothing wrong with the individuals, but to improve the brigade and to improve the service delivery. I also trust that the brigade, or the council for that matter, will see its way open to go with, not to comply with, but to just go with the notion in the new white paper, and to understand that cooperation between the council and the private sector has far more benefits in it than it has disadvantages. I will once again extend my own hand, as we've done through the Association of Former Fire Chiefs, to Councillor Sun at the time, and say that we certainly can be of assistance. And so I think there's a whole lot of truth in putting a whole lot of heads together and getting to the right answer. Likewise, as far as the buildings are concerned and the future of these buildings, these abandoned buildings and these mismanaged buildings, I think there are so many logical things that can be done that it really just need a few people to get together, come to some sort of a conclusion, and actually just start doing one thing at a time and taking it step by step. Instead of dreaming up massive dreams, which later becomes nightmares, and just make it a political ball to play with, which it isn't. It's people that actually don't even know that they're in danger. They just don't even know it. And so I would plead for the underdog as far as I can. And the underdog in this instance are the people that are unaware that they live in danger, and they're the firefighters for whom I have the highest regard, but who certainly need better training, better support, and better logistics. Thank you.
Mr. Engelbrecht, I must thank you, but also indicate for now, Chairperson, that the contemplated cross-examination of Mr. Engelbrecht cannot commence now. You would recall that MNS has intimated that it intends to cross-examine
The application has been successful and granted, but their readiness to do so now is not there. They will indicate when that happens. SERI as well has indicated to me that they may very well, they have made the decision to cross-examine. They will make an application as the rules require for the cross-examination of Mr. Engelbrecht. We are not able at this hour to say when Mr. Engelbrecht would be recalled for those two exercises. I will be in contact with you, Mr. Engelbrecht, appropriately to determine a time suitable for you to be here for the purposes of any cross-examinations and any other questions that may seek clarification on your evidence. For now, I want to thank you, and perhaps Chairperson, the witness may be excused.
Thank you, Mr. Engelbrecht,
Thank
for
you.
your evidence.
Thank
For
you.
now, you are excused until you are recalled for further
I'm
cross-examination.
available whenever. Yeah, thank you.
You may stand down.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, my colleague wants to perhaps place himself on record and address you, Chair.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, Commissioner. My name is Kiamokhetsu Tubakhale. I appear being led by Jason Brickhill on behalf of the Socioeconomic Rights Institute. I apologize if there was a formal way of introductions, and so I'm doing it in this fashion. It's my first day here today. Just to clarify from what the evidence leader has said, the position from SERI is that it is considering bringing an application to cross-examine Mr. Engelbrecht, and so it just reserves the right to bring such an application. It hasn't as yet made the decision.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tubakhale.
That being the business of the day, Chair, we will take your direction about the further continued hearing tomorrow.
These proceedings are adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.